Picture this. You're wandering through the shadowed paths of the old forest, leaves whispering secrets above your head, the air thick with the scent of earth and ancient magic. Then, through the dappled light, you hear it, a cheerful, almost mischievous hum, the sound of golden boots splashing in a sunlit brook. And there he is, Tom Bombadil, a figure wrapped in riddles, his laughter echoing like a puzzle you can't quite solve. Who is he? Why does the forest itself seem to bend to his will? And what secrets does he carry in those endless, carefree songs? If you've ever found yourself lost in the pages of The Lord of the Rings, wondering about this mysterious, joyous enigma, you're not alone. Tom Bombadil is one of Middle-earth's greatest mysteries, a character who defies explanation, yet feels utterly essential to the tapestry of Tolkien's world. We'd love to know, where are you joining us from tonight? Is it the quiet hush of midnight where you are, or the golden glow of dawn? Let us know in the comments below, and tell us, when did you first encounter Tom Bombadil? Was it in the pages of a well-worn book, or perhaps in the hushed retellings of fellow fans? Because today, we're stepping into the old forest together, following the trail of this enigmatic figure, unraveling the questions that have lingered for decades. Why does the One Ring hold no power over him? How does he exist outside the struggles of Middle-earth, yet feel so deeply woven into its soul? And what does his presence tell us about the hidden magic Tolkien left scattered like breadcrumbs through his world? This isn't just a deep dive, it's a journey into the heart of a mystery that has captivated readers for generations. Tom Bombadil isn't merely a character, he's a doorway into the untold stories of Middle-earth, a reminder that some truths are meant to be pondered, not solved. So settle in, wherever you are, and let's wander these paths together. By the end, you might just see Tolkien's world, and this golden-booted puzzle of a man in a whole new light. The moment you step into Tom Bombadil's world, the rules of Middle-earth seem to unravel. 1 minute, the old forest is a tangle of gnarled branches and watchful silence. The next, you're greeted by a figure in a bright blue coat, his laughter ringing like bells in the treetops. He doesn't just welcome you, he celebrates your arrival, as if your meeting was written in the stars long ago. And then comes the feast platters of wild berries, honeyed bread, and wine that tastes like sunlight itself, all laid out beneath the boughs of ancient trees. It should feel impossible, this abundance in the heart of a place so often whispered to be treacherous. But with Tom, the impossible is just another verse in his endless song. You sit across from him, the firelight dancing in his eyes, and you can't help but ask the questions burning in your mind. Who are you? Why does the ring not touch you? His answers come wrapped in rhymes, playful and slippery as a fish in a stream. Old Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow, he sings. Bright blue his jacket is, and his boots are yellow. It's maddening, it's mesmerizing, and just when you think you've caught a thread of meaning, the forest itself seems to lean in, rustling leaves murmuring words you can't quite grasp. The shadows between the trees grow deeper, or maybe lighter. It's hard to tell when the very air feels alive with secrets. Here's the thing about Tom, he doesn't just evade answers, he transforms the questions. When you ask about power, he speaks of rivers. When you mention danger, he laughs and tosses a handful of acorns into the underbrush, where they vanish as if they were never there. It's enough to make you wonder, is he teasing you, or is there a truth hidden in his riddles, one that ordinary words can't hold? The more he deflects, the more you sense that the mystery isn't a wall to break through, but a mirror. What do you see when you stare into it? The forest, the feast, the golden boots, or something older, something that was here before names, before stories, before even the first shadow crept across Middle-earth. And then, as suddenly as it began, the moment shifts, the fire dims, Tom's eyes twinkle with something unreadable, and you realize you've been chasing answers in the wrong language all along. Maybe Tom Bombadil isn't meant to be understood. Maybe he's meant to be felt, like the first warmth of spring or the hush before a storm. A reminder that some mysteries aren't puzzles to solve, but songs to fall into, note by golden note. The fire's warmth lingers in your bones, but when your eyes flutter open, the clearing is empty. No merry laughter, no golden boots kicking up dew, just the creak of ancient branches and a whisper through the leaves that sounds almost like a warning. Old Man Willow looms above you, his gnarled limbs swaying with a rhythm too deliberate to be the wind. The earth shifts beneath your feet as roots coil like waking serpents, curling around your ankles with a grip that's neither gentle nor kind. Panic flickers in your chest, but then, a memory, Tom's voice, bright as a sunbeam, singing nonsense rhymes that suddenly don't feel so nonsensical. Hey doll. Merry doll, ring a dong dillo. The words tumble from your lips in a shaky hum, and for a heartbeat, nothing changes. Then, a shudder runs through the tree. The roots twitch as if tickled, their hold slackening just enough for you to wrench free. But Old Man Willow isn't done with you yet. His trunk groans, splitting open like a yawning mouth, and the air fills with the scent of damp earth and something older, something that remembers when the world was young. The roots retreat, but not in defeat. They slither aside, revealing a narrow path veiled by hanging moss, leading deeper into the forest's heart. It's too perfectly placed to be chance. Is this a trap, a test, or is Tom's song still working its mischief, unraveling the forest's tricks one verse at a time? You glance back at the clearing, now swallowed by shadows, and realize there's no choice but forward. The path twists, the trees pressing closer, their bark etched with markings that might be scars or writing. You trace a finger over the grooves, and for a moment, the wind carries a faint echo of Tom's chuckle. It's as if the forest itself is playing along with his game, offering clues wrapped in riddles. The deeper you go, the clearer it becomes. Tom Bombadil doesn't just live in this place. He is this place. The trees, the streams, the very air. They answer to him, not with obedience, but with the ease of old friends sharing a private joke. And now, for reasons you can't fathom, they've decided to let you in on it. Ahead, the path opens into a glade where the light falls in golden pools, and the brook you'd swear wasn't there a moment ago babbles a familiar tune. You kneel, cupping the water in your palms, and catch your reflection, but it's not just your face staring back. Rippling beneath the surface are glimpses of other travelers, other times, all drawn into Tom's dance. The water slips through your fingers, and with it, the last threads of fear, because suddenly you understand. The song wasn't a key to escape the forest. It was an invitation to see it, as Tom does, not as a labyrinth of dangers, but as a living story, and you've just stepped into its next verse. The glade falls still as the last notes of the brook's song fade into twilight, From between the swaying reeds, a figure emerges, golden hair, crowned with water lilies, bare feet gliding over moss, as if the earth itself lifts to meet her. Goldberry, the name comes to you like a sigh of wind through willows, though no one has spoken it aloud. She kneels by the water's edge, her hands skimming the surface, sending ripples that catch the dying light and turn them to liquid silver. When she looks up, her eyes hold the depth of riverbeds carved by centuries. You've walked far to find answers, she murmurs, though her voice carries the weight of a chant. But my Tom's secrets are older than the roots of these trees, older than the first rain that filled this brook. You ask the question that's been burning in your chest since the moment you met him. What is he? Goldberry laughs, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a stream, and plucks a single lily from the water. She twirls it between her fingers, and for an instant, the petals shimmer with colors that don't exist, hues you've never seen, yet somehow remember. He is the first leaf that ever unfurled, she says, the last star that will flicker out when all else is dark. He is the song the world sang to itself when it was young and lonely. The lily crumbles to gold dust in her palm, scattering on the breeze. A shiver runs down your spine, but it isn't fear. It's the thrill of standing at the edge of something vast, something that hums just beyond understanding. You press further. Why doesn't the ring affect him? Goldberry's smile turns wistful. Power. She shakes her head, and droplets from her hair catch the light like falling stars. Tom is the willow's sigh, the fox's cunning, the stone that remembers when it was molten. What is a ring to the one who watched the mountains rise? She leans close, her breath cool as a spring morning, and whispers, "Some doors, traveler, are not meant to be opened. Some songs are not meant to be sung aloud." The warning lingers in the air, but so does something else, a kindness, an unspoken promise that the mystery itself is the gift. Goldberry rises, her gown swirling like river currents, and for a heartbeat, you see it, the reflection of Tom in her eyes, not as a man, but as something wilder, brighter, woven into the very fabric of the world. Then she's gone, leaving only the scent of rain and a single water lily floating where she stood. You reach for it, but the moment your fingers brush the petals, they dissolve into mist. The brook chuckles, as if sharing a joke only it understands, and you're left with the quiet certainty that you've been given an answer, just not the one you expected. The night deepens around you, but the glade feels alive, whispering in a language older than words. Goldberry's riddle curls around your thoughts like ivy. Tom is the question and the answer. To know him is to forget the need to know. You sit by the water, watching the stars flicker between the branches, and wonder if the greatest magic isn't in solving the mystery, but in learning to dance with it. The path from the glade leads you upward, where the trees thin and the earth grows pale underfoot. The air changes here, no longer the rich loam of the old forest, but something dry and brittle, like the pages of a book left too long in the sun. Before you stretch the Barrow-downs, their grassy mounds rising like the backs of sleeping giants. The wind carries whispers, not of leaves, but of voices half remembered, murmuring names you've never heard yet somehow know by heart. Here lies the forgotten, the land seems to sigh. Here wait the kings who outlived their kingdoms. You tell yourself to turn back. Every instinct hums with warning. But the same curiosity that led you to Tom's doorstep now pulls you forward, step by unsteady step, toward the nearest barrow. Its entrance is a black maw, half hidden by thorny brambles that part too easily beneath your hands, as if they've been expecting you. The darkness inside smells of cold metal and crushed violets, a scent that clings to the back of your throat. Your torch flickers, casting jagged shadows that twist into shapes too deliberate to be chance. A skeletal hand here, a crown there, dissolving before you can be sure they were ever real. Then the air shifts. A sound like rattling bones echoes from the depths, and the temperature plummets. Your breath fogs in front of you, and in that mist, something moves. A wight's fingers, long and bleached white, close around your wrist with a grip that burns like ice. Its voice is the scrape of a sword being drawn from a rusty sheath, whispering words in a tongue that predates sorrow. The torch snuffs out. The darkness becomes absolute. Panic claws up your throat, but just as the wight's other hand grazes your shoulder, cold seeping through your clothes, reaching for your heart, a name bursts from your lips. Not a spell, not a prayer, but a song. Tom Bombadil. The syllables hang in the air, trembling. For a heartbeat, nothing happens. Then, from somewhere impossibly distant, an answering laugh rings out, bright as a bell in a graveyard. The wight hisses, its grip faltering, as if the sound alone is a blade against its skin. Light floods the barrow, not from any torch, but from the walls themselves, ancient carvings flaring to life, their runes glowing gold. The wight recoils, shrieking, and the shadows that clung to it unravel like old thread. Outside, the wind rises, carrying a tune you'd know anywhere. Hey doll. Merry doll, and suddenly, the barrow isn't a tomb anymore. It's a doorway. The ceiling yawns open above you, revealing a sky streaked with dawn colors that have no name. And there, silhouetted against the light, are those unmistakable yellow boots, splashing through the grass as if the earth itself is singing beneath them. The white is gone, the cold is gone, but the whispers remain, softer now, almost reverent. He walks where the old things walk. They murmur. He knows the names buried in the bones of the world. Tom's hand clasps yours, pulling you to your feet, and for the first time, you notice the lines on his face aren't just laughter. They're the cracks in ancient bark, the paths of long-dried rivers. He winks, as if sharing a secret, and leads you back into the light. The barrow's entrance seals behind you with a sigh, leaving only a single buttercup blooming where the darkness had been. You want to ask how he found you, why the wight feared him, what the runes meant, but Tom just twirls his hat in his hands and hums a tune that makes the grass sway in time. Some answers aren't given, they're lived, and as the sun climbs higher, painting the downs in colors that shouldn't exist, you realize you're no longer just a traveler in this story. You're part of the song. Tom's laughter echoes through the barrow like sunlight, breaking through storm clouds, dissolving the last clinging tendrils of the wight's curse. His boots splash in puddles that weren't there a moment ago, each step sending ripples of gold across the stone floor, as if the very earth is celebrating his arrival. Foolish little traveler, he chides, though his eyes sparkle with mischief, dancing into dark places without a song to guide you. He flicks a finger toward the ceiling, and suddenly, the carvings overhead burst into bloom, stone flowers unfurling, their petals shimmering with dew. The air smells of rain and fresh, cut hay, so at odds with the tomb's stale dread that you nearly forget the icy fingers that nearly claimed your heart. You stammer out questions. How did he find you? Why did his name alone banish the white? But Tom just plucks a buttercup from behind your ear and tucks it into his hatband. Old Tom goes where he pleases. He sings, spinning in a circle until his blue coat flares like a whirlpool, and pleases where he goes. It's infuriating. It's enchanting, and as the last of the Barrow's shadows scatter like startled birds, you realize something. Tom isn't just rescuing you, he's teaching you. Not with lectures or scrolls, but with riddles that itch at your mind like burrs caught in your sleeve. The path back to daylight feels shorter, the walls now lined with carvings that shift when you blink. Kings with crowns of living ivy, battles frozen mid-swing, their swords sprouting roses. Tom skips ahead, humming a tune that makes the stones themselves hum along. You'll learn, my merry friend, he calls over his shoulder, though you never told him your name. Not all treasures are meant to be dug up with dirty hands. Then, with a wink, he vanishes around a bend, leaving only his laughter tangled in the ivy. But this time, you don't chase after him. The Barrow's terror still lingers in your bones, but so does something else, a stubborn curiosity, bright as the buttercup wilting in your palm. If Tom won't explain his power, perhaps the answers lie in what he doesn't say. The way the white recoiled at his name, not in fear, but recognition. The way the ancient carvings woke at his touch, as if they'd been waiting for him. And that tune he hummed, was it just nonsense? Or were those words in a tongue older than the Barrows themselves? The sunlight outside is blinding after the gloom, but your resolve hardens like cooling iron. Tom Bombadil may be a riddle wrapped in a song, but riddles are meant to be unraveled. And as you step onto the downs, the wind carries a whisper, not from Tom, but from the grass beneath your feet, sighing the same phrase Goldberry spoke in the glade. He is the question and the answer. You press onward, the mystery now a compass in your chest, pointing toward truths hidden not in shadows, but in plain sight, waiting for you to see them with new eyes. The path winds downward now, following the laughter of unseen streams, until the trees part to reveal the Withywindle, a river so old, its waters seem to flow with liquid memory. Tom skips ahead, his boots barely dimpling the moss as he points to a bend where the current eddies in slow, deliberate spirals. Listen, he whispers, though his voice carries the weight of a shout. The river isn't just murmuring, it's speaking, not in words, but in something deeper. A thrumming vibration that hums through your bones, a rhythm that feels like the heartbeat of the world itself. Tom wades in without hesitation, the water parting around his ankles as if greeting an old friend. Before the Dark Lord scratched his name into the earth, he begins, plucking a water lily from the surface. Before the elves woke beneath the stars, the Withywindle was already singing. He twirls the lily between his fingers, and for a moment, its petals shimmer with images, shapes of lands unshaped, creatures with too many eyes and too few names, a sky streaked with colors that have long since faded from the world. Then the vision dissolves, leaving only the flower, ordinary and perfect in his palm. You ask the question, trembling on your tongue, "What are you showing me?" Tom's grin widens, but his eyes, usually bright with mirth, darken like clouds passing over the sun. Stories, little traveler, the ones too big for books. He flicks the lily back into the water, and where it lands, the river boils with sudden light, revealing shapes beneath the surface. great serpents coiled around mountains that walked, forests that breathed in time with the moon. The images come too fast to grasp, each one slipping away like a fish, darting into the reeds. There's a tension in Tom's voice now, a rare strain beneath the melody. He speaks of a time before fear, before the very idea of dominion, when the world was young and drunk on its own becoming. But his words grow vaguer with each passing second, his rhymes fraying at the edges. It's as if he's dancing around a truth too vast to name, one that might unravel the listener if spoken plain. The river's song swells, almost drowning him out, and for the first time, you notice the shadows pooling at his feet, not cast by any tree or cloud, but rising from the water itself, twisting like smoke. Then, just as suddenly, Tom claps his hands. The shadows scatter. The river falls silent. He's grinning again, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Enough of old tales. He declares, splashing water at your knees. Come, help Tom find his missing hat. The shift is so abrupt, so deliberate, that it aches. You glance back at the river, now innocently babbling, and wonder, was that a glimpse of truth? Or just another layer of the riddle? The Withywindle murmurs behind you, its secrets half spilled, half buried. Tom skips ahead, humming a tune that doesn't quite match the one the river sang. And you're left with the unsettling sense that you've brushed against something primordial, something Tom Bombadil, in all his merry mystery, is desperately trying to keep alive by never speaking its name. The dream comes not in images, but in sensations, cold stardust between your fingers, the scent of ozone sharp as a blade, the weightlessness of floating in a sky that has no name. Tom is there, but not as you've known him. His coat is woven from nebulas, his boots leave comet trails where he steps, and his laughter rings like the birth cry of galaxies. Around him, shapes flicker, beings of flame and shadow, their forms too vast to comprehend, their voices harmonizing with the hum of creation itself. This is not Middle-earth. This is the before, the moment the first note of the song was sung. You wake gasping, the taste of starlight still on your tongue, the dream's echo thrumming in your chest. The question coils tight as a spring. Is Tom Bombadil a relic of that forgotten dawn, a living shard of the elder days? Or is he something stranger, not a survivor, but a continuation, a thread woven so deeply into the tapestry of existence that he never needed to fade? The cottage around you is quiet, dawn painting the walls in pale gold, but your mind races. The clues were always there, scattered like breadcrumbs, the way the old forest obeys him without command. The way the river speaks in tongues only he understands, even Goldberry's riddles. He is the first leaf that ever unfurled, now feel less like poetry and more like fractured history. You think of the Barrow-Wight's terror, not at Tom's power, but at his identity, as if it recognized him not as a foe, but as something older than its own curse. Then comes the darker thought, slipping in like mist. If Tom is truly of the elder days, why does he linger here, in this diminished age? Is he a guardian, a watcher? Or is he trapped, bound to a world that's forgotten how to sing in the key he remembers? The dream's afterglow pulses behind your eyes, the way the stars bent toward him, not in worship, but in kinship. As if he were not just among them, but of them. Outside, a bird trills, shattering the silence. The cottage door creaks open, and there stands Tom, haloed in sunlight, a basket of blackberries in hand. He takes one look at your face and winks. Dreamt of dancing, did you? He asks, popping a berry into his mouth. The juice stains his lips violet, and for a heartbeat, you see it again. The echo of starlight in his eyes. But before you can speak, he tosses you a berry, its sweetness bursting on your tongue like a secret. Mind you don't choke on the seeds, he chuckles, turning to the hearth. The past has sharp teeth, and just like that, the moment dissolves. The question hangs unanswered, but the dream's truth lingers, bright and insistent. Tom Bombadil is no mere mystery. He is a living bridge, between what was, what is, and what might yet be. The real puzzle isn't what he is, but why he chooses to let you see it at all. Your hands clench into fists at your sides, the taste of unanswered questions bitter on your tongue. Enough riddles, you shout to the empty clearing where Tom stood moments ago, his laughter still hanging in the air like the aftershock of a bell. What are you? The forest sighs in response, a breeze stirring the leaves into whispers that might be words, or might just be the wind playing tricks. A squirrel scampers down an oak trunk, pausing to tilt its head at you, beady eyes glinting with what feels like judgment. Even the wildlife here seems in on the joke. You kick at a mushroom ring, sending pale caps tumbling, only for them to bounce and roll, and then right themselves, settling back into perfect formation, as if you'd never disturbed them. The ground beneath your boots hums faintly, a vibration that rises through your soles and settles in your ribs, matching the rhythm of Tom's last song. It's infuriating, it's mocking. Every step you take toward understanding only pulls you deeper into the maze. A branch snaps behind you. You whirl, heart hammering, but it's just a fox. Its coat the same russet as Tom's vest. Its gaze far too knowing for an animal. It yips once, a sound suspiciously like a chuckle, then darts into the underbrush. You follow, crashing through ferns that cling to your ankles like grasping fingers, only to skid to a halt at the edge of a brook. There, floating on the water, is Tom's hat. Not discarded, not lost placed, waiting. The brim drifts in lazy circles, as if caught in an invisible current, though the rest of the stream flows straight. You reach for it, fingers brushing the damp fabric, when the water erupts, not with violence, but with music. A chorus of frogs leaping onto lily pads, their croaks harmonizing into a tune eerily similar to Tom's nonsense rhymes. Their bulbous eyes watch you, unblinking, as the hat suddenly bobs upright, filling with water that swirls into shapes. A crown, a sword, a tree, each dissolving before you can name them. The message is clear. Tom isn't hiding the truth. He's drowning it in plain sight, leaving you to sift through the wreckage of symbols. Exhaustion weighs your limbs. You slump onto the bank, mud seeping into your clothes, and glare at the hat. It winks at you, actually winks, a golden button glinting like an eye, before tipping over, spilling its contents back into the stream with a final musical plop. Defeat curls in your stomach until you notice what's left behind. Etched into the mud where the hat had been are marks too precise to be accidental. 3 overlapping circles, their edges blurred by the water. The symbol strikes a chord deep in your memory. You've seen it before, carved into the Barrow walls, woven into Goldberry's embroidery. A trinity, a cycle. Or perhaps a warning. The fox yips again from across the brook, tail flicking toward a path you swear wasn't there a moment ago. The choice hangs before you like a held breath. Chase the hat, chase the fox, or sit here until the forest swallows you whole. Above, the canopy rustles, and for the first time, you realize the leaves aren't laughing at you. They're laughing with you, because the joke was never on you at all. The mystery isn't a wall to break through, it's a mirror, and what's staring back isn't frustration, but the dawning, dizzying thrill of being played by the oldest game in the world. Days blur together in the old forest, each one softening the edges of your certainty like rain smoothing stone. At first, the questions burned bright. Who is Tom Bombadil? Why does the world bend around him? But now they flicker, half smothered by a creeping unease. You catch yourself staring at your hands, wondering when the lines on your palms became as unreadable as the runes in the barrow. Even the trees seem to watch you differently, their whispers shifting from tantalizing hints to murmurs of pity. It's the silence of the wise that haunts you most. In the quiet hours before dawn, you remember Gandalf's wary glance when Tom's name arose in Rivendell, the way Elrond's fingers had tightened around his cup. Not fear, not reverence, something subtler. The silence of those who have touched a flame and learned it doesn't burn but changes what it touches. You lie awake, turning over the fragments you've gathered, Goldberry's riddles, the river's visions, the dream of starlight in Tom's eyes. What if the answer isn't a revelation, but a reckoning? Then comes the darker thought, slithering in like mist through a cracked door. What if you're not meant to know? Not because the truth is forbidden, but because it's too vast for mortal minds to hold without shattering. You think of the way Tom's laughter sometimes fractures into echoes, as if there are more of him just outside your vision. The way the Withywindle's song left your ears ringing for hours with a melody no human throat could replicate. Even the Barrow-Wight's terror wasn't at Tom's power, it was at his nature. As if glimpsing him truly would unmake a lesser being, the forest feels heavier now, the air thick with unspoken warnings. You kneel by a stream to drink, and your reflection wavers not just from the current, but with something beneath the water's surface, a shadow that moves when you don't. It's enough to make you reel back, heart pounding, because the truth is this: you're no longer sure if you're chasing Tom Bombadil, or if he's been hurting you all along. Toward what, you can't say, but the path ahead smells of ozone and old magic, and the trees won't meet your gaze anymore. Yet, and here's the cruelest twist, the doubt doesn't extinguish your hunger. It fans it. Every rustling leaf, every half-heard tune, pricks at you like a burr in your boot. Because what if Tom isn't just a mystery? What if he's the key to one? Some forgotten truth about Middle-earth, buried so deep, even the elves dare not dig it up. The thought coils around your ribs, equal parts terror and thrill. To turn back now would be to admit defeat. To go forward might cost more than answers. But the real question, the one that keeps your feet moving even as your instincts scream to flee, is this: when the scales tip, which will weigh heavier, your fear or your foolish, desperate hope? The fox appears again at dusk, its brush twitching in the long grass. This time, it doesn't lead, it watches, waiting to see which way you'll choose. And as the last light fades, you realize the forest has gone quiet, not the hush of anticipation, the silence of a held breath, the kind that comes right before something breaks. The air in Fangorn is thick with the scent of damp bark and centuries, each breath tasting of patience. Treebeard's voice rumbles up from roots deeper than memory, his syllables stretching like slow-growing branches. Hum. He murmurs when you speak Tom's name, the sound vibrating through the moss beneath your feet. His eyes, great pools of amber sap, and narrow, not in suspicion, but in the way of one recalling a story too vast to tell. Tom Bombadil, he booms at last, the name shaking loose a shower of leaves. He is. The words hang there, heavy as ripe fruit, refusing to fall further. You press, desperate for more. But what is he? The question echoes through the glade, startling a flock of finches from their perch. Treebeard exhales, a gust that smells of autumns long past. What is the wind? What is the song the earth sings when no one listens? His bark creaks as he shifts, leaning closer, and for a moment you see it, the flicker of something ancient in his gaze, a recognition older than the Ents themselves. Some names were never meant to be spoken, little shoot. Some songs were sung before the first tongue gave them words. The forest around you seems to lean in, leaves rustling in agreement. High above, an eagle circles, its shadow passing over the clearing like a fleeting thought. Treebeard follows its path, his silence more telling than any answer. Because here's the truth that settles into your bones like cold, seeped from stone. Tom's mystery isn't a puzzle to solve. It's a thread in the tapestry, woven so tightly into Middle Earth's fabric that pulling it loose might unravel the whole. The Ents know this, the rivers know this, even the stars, if you dared to ask them, would hum a tune that dances just beyond understanding. An acorn drops from a nearby oak, striking the ground with a soft thud. Treebeard stoops to cradle it in his gnarled fingers, his voice dropping to a whisper. Whom, you seek answers where there are none, and miss the ones blooming at your feet. He presses the acorn into your palm, and for a heartbeat, you feel it, the pulse of something alive, something waiting. Tom is the first note of the world's song. To know him is to know why the willow bends, why the river remembers, why the stones dream. His laughter shakes the canopy, sending down a rain of pine needles. But whom? Best not to think too hard on it. Even roots can strangle the soil if they grow too deep. The lesson lingers long after you leave Fangorn, the acorn warm in your pocket, its weight both comfort and cipher. Because here's the thing about mysteries, they aren't locks to be picked. They're invitations. To wonder, to wander, to stand knee-deep in the Withywindle, and let the current tug you toward truths too slippery for words. And as the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues even Tom's coat couldn't rival, you realize the answer was never in the finding. It was in the seeking. The cottage door stands open, as if Tom's been expecting you. Inside, the fire crackles with the same impossible cheer, its flames casting shadows that dance in time to some unheard melody. Tom sits cross-legged on the table, a wreath of dandelions crowning his wild hair, peeling an apple with a knife that winks in the light. He doesn't look up as you enter, but the air shifts, thickens, as if the very room is holding its breath. You've rehearsed the words 100 times on the walk here, but now they crumble like dry leaves in your throat. Please, you manage at last, the plea ragged at the edges. No more riddles, just tell me what you are. The knife stills. The apple peel spirals to the floor, unbroken, forming a perfect golden question mark at your feet. Tom's eyes lift to yours, and for the first time, there's no laughter in them. Only a depth that makes your knees tremble, not with fear, but with the vertigo of staring into a chasm older than time. He opens his mouth, and you brace for the rhyme, the deflection, the merry sidestep, but what comes out is a song you've never heard before. Old Tom watches, but does not weave. He sings, his voice layered with echoes, as if a chorus of unseen voices hums beneath each word. The river runs, but Tom won't leave. The shadow creeps. The ring may bind, but Tom walks where he's always walked, and leaves the worrying to wiser minds. The words settle over the room like dust motes in sunlight, weightless yet impossible to ignore. You grasp at them, desperate, so you won't help, even when darkness covers all. Tom plucks the dandelion crown from his head, twirling it on one finger. The seeds don't scatter. They hang suspended, each one glowing like a tiny star. Help, he cocks his head, bird-like. Who said I wasn't helping? And then you see it, the truth you've been missing all along. It's in the way the firelight never dims, no matter how long the logs burn. In the way the butter churned by the window never empties, no matter how much Goldberry pours. In the way the very air in this room hums with a quiet, relentless aliveness. Tom isn't indifferent to the world's pain. He's sustaining something far older, far quieter. The hum beneath the music, the pulse that keeps the world from unraveling at the seams. The dandelion seeds finally drift away, weaving through the air like a constellation. Tom watches them go, his smile softer now, almost sad. Some stories aren't meant for telling, little traveler. Some songs only sound right when you're not trying to sing them. He pops the peeled apple into his mouth whole, crunching down with relish, and just like that, the moment cracks open into sunlight again. But you don't leave, not yet, because the real answer wasn't in the song, or the seeds, or even the sorrow in his eyes. It was in the space between the silence that rings louder than any verse. Tom Bombadil isn't keeping secrets. He is the secret, and some doors, once opened, can't ever be closed again. The weight lifts from your shoulders all at once, like a cloak you hadn't realized was sodden with rain. Tom's laughter rings through the clearing, not in mockery, but in celebration, as if he's been waiting for this moment since you first stumbled into his world. The trees lean closer, their leaves brushing your arms like the approving pats of elders. Even the brook's babble shifts, its usual mischief softening into something gentler, almost proud. You sink onto a moss-cushioned stone, the last embers of frustration cooling in your chest. All those days chasing answers, all those nights wrestling with riddles. What if the truth was never hidden at all? What if it was woven into the very fabric of this place, as plain as the yellow of Tom's boots, as constant as the rhythm of his songs? The realization doesn't sting the way you expected. It spreads through you like sunlight through deep water, warm and golden and strangely familiar. Tom plops down beside you, offering a handful of blackberries stained with dew. Sweet, aren't they? He murmurs, and for once, there's no riddle lurking beneath the words, just an offering. You pop one into your mouth, the juice bursting tart and bright on your tongue, and suddenly, it's enough. Not the knowing, the tasting, the feeling of the earth beneath you, solid and alive, humming its old song. A breeze stirs the dandelion clock at your feet, scattering its seeds into the air. You watch them dance, not with the old hunger to decipher their path, but with the quiet thrill of witnessing something beautiful and fleeting. Tom's hand claps your shoulder, his touch lighter than a butterfly's wing. There's my merry traveler, he says, and the title fits now, snug as a well-worn boot. You're not the seeker anymore, you're the found. The forest exhales around you, its secrets settling like dust motes in amber light. Somewhere beyond the trees, the Withywindle laughs, and this time, you laugh with it. Not because you understand, because you don't need to. The mystery wasn't a wall to scale. It was the sky above it, vast, uncharted, and all the more glorious for remaining so. Tom's humming starts up again, wordless and wandering, and as the melody twines around you like ivy, you realize something else. The question wasn't ever about him. It was about you, about how long it would take to lay down the weight of wanting answers and simply be here, now, in this sunlit moment, where the grass grows greener for no reason at all. A ladybug lands on your knee, its spotted wings folding like tiny prayers. You let it stay. The flute rests in your palm, lighter than it looks, the wood smooth as river stone and warm as living bark. Strange symbols coil along its length, not carved, you realize, but grown, as if the tree itself whispered them into being before surrendering this piece to Tom's hands. You lift it to your lips, half expecting music to pour out unbidden, but the only sound is your own breath, trembling against the mouthpiece. Tom watches, his grin softer now, almost tender. Play it when you forget, he says, and the wink he gives isn't mischievous this time. It's a key turning in a lock you didn't know existed. The words settle into you, not as an instruction, but as a revelation. Forget what? The questions that brought you here, the answers you thought you needed, or something deeper. The weight of needing to know it all. A breeze stirs the grass at your feet, carrying the scent of rain and something sweet, like ripe plums left in the sun. The flute's cymbals seem to pulse faintly under your fingertips, as if humming a tune just beyond hearing, and then it hits you. This isn't a tool for remembering. It's a gift for unlearning, for those moments when the world tries to convince you that every mystery must be solved, every shadow must be lit. Tom's offering you a different way, a chance to step back into wonder, where not knowing isn't a failure, but a kind of freedom. You think of the Barrow's terror, the river's visions, the way the very stars bent to Tom's will in your dream. None of those truths could be held in your hands, no matter how hard you clutched. But this flute, this you can carry. Its lightness is the lesson. The symbols aren't meant to be read, they're meant to be felt, like the shape of a loved one's voice in the dark. Tom turns toward the cottage, whistling a tune that makes the dandelions shiver in their roots. Behind him, the first fireflies of evening blink awake, their light catching the flute's grooves in fleeting gold. You tuck it into your pocket, where it rests against your thigh like a second heartbeat. Somewhere in the distance, the Withywindle laughs, and this time, you don't chase its song. You let it run ahead, untamed, untouched beautiful precisely because you'll never catch it. The last light of day gilds Tom's hat as he disappears inside, but the warmth of his gift lingers. Not an answer, not a map, just a quiet reminder that some paths aren't meant to be walked straight through, but wandered, with pockets full of questions and a flute to play when the silence grows too heavy. And maybe, just maybe, that's the most magical thing of all. The path out of the old forest feels different this time, softer underfoot, as if the earth itself has decided to cushion your steps. Sunlight filters through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the moss in patterns that shift when you blink, like half-remembered dreams. Ahead, the trees part willingly, their branches lifting like arms in benediction. revealing the riverbank where Goldberry stands knee-deep in the Withywindle's shimmering embrace. Her hair catches the light, strands of it floating around her like waterweed in a slow current, and when she raises a hand in farewell, the gesture carries the weight of 1,000 unspoken blessings. Tom's laughter dances on the breeze, bouncing from oak to birch like a bird too joyful to settle. He doesn't appear to say goodbye. Of course he doesn't. Instead, his voice curls around you from nowhere and everywhere at once, singing snippets of that same nonsensical rhyme, the one that once made your head ache with frustration. Now it settles into your bones like a lullaby. Ring a dong, hop along, fair winds guide you home. The words aren't just well wishes. They're a spell, subtle and sweet, woven into the very air you breathe. You can feel it working already, the forest's magic stitching itself into the seams of your cloak, the folds of your pockets, ready to whisper reminders when you need them most. The weight of your pack is different now, too, not lighter, exactly, but the questions that once filled it like stones have transformed. They don't drag anymore. They glow, warm as the river-polished pebble Goldberry, pressed into your palm moments ago, its surface etched with those same 3 overlapping circles. A trinity, a cycle, a promise. You roll it between your fingers once, twice before tucking it away, certain you'll understand its meaning precisely when you're meant to. A rustle in the underbrush draws your eye. The fox is back, its copper coat bright against the ferns, watching you with that same knowing look. This time, it doesn't lead or tease. It simply sits, tail curled neatly around its paws, as if to say, "Go on, then, the world's waiting, and it's right." Beyond the tree line, the road unspools like a ribbon, leading to places where the shadows have teeth, and the stars don't sing the way they do here. But for the first time, that doesn't tighten your throat with dread. You take one last look over your shoulder. The forest is already blurring at the edges, its colors deepening, its shapes softening, as if it's retreating into a story book only you've been allowed to read. Goldberry's figure shimmers like a reflection in disturbed water, and Tom's voice fades to a hum, then a whisper, then something even quieter. The memory of a melody you'll catch yourself whistling on lonely nights, long after you've forgotten why it comforts you. The breeze pushes gently at your back, insistent as a hand between your shoulder blades, so you step forward, leaving no footprints behind, the flute in your pocket, humming faintly against your thigh. The unknown stretches ahead, vast and bright and terrifying. But here's the secret the forest taught you. Mystery isn't a wall, it's the sky, and you've only just learned how to fly. The road stretches before you, winding through fields that ripple like liquid gold under the afternoon sun. Every blade of grass seems to hum not with Tom's voice, but with the echo of it, as if the earth itself absorbed his songs and now sings them back in whispers. Your fingers brush the flute in your pack, its wood still warm from your grip, and you realize something strange. The melody in your head isn't one you remember learning. It's as if the tune sprouted there on its own, taking root in your thoughts like wildflowers in cracked stone. You let it spill from your lips, imperfect but alive, and the wind carries it ahead of you like a scout. The world hasn't changed, not really. The same clouds drift, the same birds dart between hedgerows, and yet everything shimmers, the way light catches on a spider's web strung between fence posts. The way a creek chuckles over rocks, its rhythm syncopated and sly. These aren't just sights and sounds anymore. They're conversations, invitations. You pause to watch a beetle navigate a pebble, its iridescent shell flashing blue then black, and catch yourself grinning like Tom might, as if the universe just shared a joke only the two of you understand. A farmer passes with a cartload of hay, nodding as if you've always belonged here. You nod back, half expecting him to burst into rhyme, but he just clicks his tongue at the oxen and rumbles on. The ordinariness of it is startling, and then, strangely, comforting, because here's the truth settling into your bones. Magic isn't some far-off wonder locked in ancient forests or barrows. It's in the way dust motes dance in a shaft of light, in the way your footsteps find solid ground even when your mind is still spinning. Tom didn't show you secrets. He showed you how to see what was already there. The flute's weight against your hip is a quiet promise. You won't play it yet. Not when the memory of Tom's voice is still so bright. Not when the world feels this ripe with unspoken verses. But someday, when the road grows long and the stars feel distant, you'll lift it to your lips, not to summon answers, to remember that some questions are better held lightly, like dandelion seeds, their mystery as precious as their fleeting dance on the wind. The horizon ahead blurs where the road meets the sky, but for once, the uncertainty doesn't itch. It thrums. You adjust your pack, your fingers brushing the river pebble Goldberry gave you, and step forward, not toward an ending, but into the next line of the song. The years have woven silver into your hair and creased the corners of your eyes like well-loved parchment, but the flute remains unchanged, smooth, as the day Tom pressed it into your palm, its cymbals still pulsing faintly when the moon is high. Tonight, beneath a sky streaked with lavender and bruised purple, you lift it to your lips with hands that tremble not from age, but from the weight of all the roads walked since you left the old forest. The first note spills into the twilight, hesitant as a fawn's step, then grows bolder, weaving into a melody you didn't know you remembered, and then, movement. A flicker of gold at the edge of the clearing, a splash where no water flows. The air shivers, and for a heartbeat, you see him, Tom Bombadil, his coat bluer than memory, his boots kicking up sparks that dance like fireflies. He's exactly as he was, exactly as he'll always be, not a ghost, not a vision, a presence, vibrant and fleeting as the last chord of your song. His laughter rings, not in your ears, but in your bones, in the roots of the ancient oak at your back, in the very earth beneath you. The realization doesn't come as a thunderclap. It settles like dew, quiet and inevitable. All those years of chasing answers, of turning his riddles over like stones in search of scuttling truths, you'd miss the heart of it. Tom was never a puzzle to piece together. He was the joy of not knowing, the proof that some things stay bright precisely because they can't be pinned down, measured, or named. The world had tried to carve itself into maps and lineages, into rings of power and scrolls of lore, but Tom danced in the margins, untouched, and in doing so, he kept the magic alive, not just for himself, but for anyone brave enough to stop seeking and start seeing. The vision fades, but the melody lingers, tangled with the scent of blackberries and the distant call of an owl. Your fingers trace the flute's grooves, worn smoother by time, and you understand now why Tom gave it to you. Not to summon him, not to unravel his mystery, but to remember that enchantment isn't something you find. It's something you choose. To listen for the hum beneath the silence, to spot the foxgloves growing through cracks in the cobblestones, to let the unanswered questions sing their own sweet songs. The stars blink awake overhead, indifferent to epiphanies. Somewhere, a brook giggles behind a veil of ferns. You tuck the flute back into your coat, its weight familiar as your own heartbeat, and smile. Not because you've solved anything, because you've learned to love the unsolved, and that, perhaps, was the gift all along. The traveler's tale spreads like dandelion seeds on the wind, whispered in tavern corners, scribbled in the margins of old maps, passed between parents and children as they huddle around winter fires. Most dismiss it as fancy, of course, a trick of the light, they say, too much ale, too little sleep. But sometimes when the hour is just right, when the last light of evening gilds the treetops or the first frost silvers the grass, someone will pause. A shepherd guiding his flock home might catch a snatch of melody where no singer stands. A child chasing fireflies could swear she saw yellow boots disappearing into the mist. And in those moments, something flickers in their chests, not quite belief, but something softer, a knowing. The doubters aren't entirely wrong. The old forest does blur at the edges when you try to recall it, its paths rearranging themselves in memory like a dream upon waking. Even the traveler's own words falter when pressed for details. Was Tom's coat blue, or was it green? Did Goldberry's hair ripple like water, or was it woven with actual streams? The harder you grasp, the faster the truth slips away, not because it's hiding, but because it lives in the spaces between facts, in the rhythm of a rhyme that changes each time you sing it. Yet here's the wonder, it doesn't matter. The story's power isn't in its precision, but in its persistence. Like the pebble in the traveler's pocket, still smooth, still warm, it lingers. A blacksmith humming Tom's nonsense verses as he works the bellows. A weaver threading gold into a tapestry just because it feels right. These aren't proofs. They're echoes, and echoes don't need to be loud to be true. On still nights, if you're very quiet, you might hear it. The faintest splash in a distant brook, a chuckle woven into the wind. Not everyone does, but those who do, they don't rush to tell. They simply tuck the moment close, like a pressed flower in a book, and carry on, because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. They are meant to be carried light as a flute's note, enduring as a star's glow reminders that the world is wider and wilder than any map could hold, and that, perhaps, is the most magical thing of all.
you.